Okay. So there is something I need to take a look at first today. I want to try and look at some Thaumcraft stuff and do that, but there's one thing I need to take a quick look at. So, um, DDD has these things for Electroblob's wizardry, these like spell distributions, right? For like the different types. And that works, except it doesn't completely. Because Electroblob's wizardry here. This, no, not this. This thing. You would think that. So this is an enum, which means there's a finite amount of different damage types that there can be. As it turns out, that's not true. Forge has this class called an enum helper, which can have you add additional enums to an existing class. Which cool. I like my Eclipse not responding. Given that enums are supposed to have a finite set that are declared sort of on declaration, this kind of goes against, I think, the main point of an enum. But whatever. And so one thing I need to look at here is there is a spell pack for EB Wizardry called Arcane Essentials, and it adds additional damage types using Forge's enum helper. Now, I don't know when it adds it. Yeah, that's registering all of that. Um, there's additional elements. Lovely. Water and air. I think it's under damage sources. Yeah. And this is not like This is not called anywhere other than the fact there's an event bus subscriber annotation. You have an event bus subscriber annotation, right? No, you don't. Right, it's not you. It's not you either. Event bus subscriber. When are you at mod construction time? I mean, just because the class is subscribed at mod construction time doesn't mean that these things are actually done. Not necessarily. And so what I think is happening here, although I don't know, so I'm gonna also want to check this. Forge has this thing called an enum helper. I had no idea Stronghold had a door thing. Interesting. Um, yeah, they're doing add enum, this one here. Which calls probably this. The name, and then the class and all that other stuff. Okay. Okay, so it just like adds an enum, right? But I don't know exactly when it's done. And so what I believe is happening is that it doesn't exist when it's being loaded, but it does exist during gameplay, which is really dumb, but like whatever. But I don't know. The point is I need to actually verify and check, because that might be a thing. At least I believe. I don't know. Okay, so we have that. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to open this folder. And we're going to go to the config and we're going to add something for pressure damage type. And we're going to see what the log says about it. Wrong thing. Let's see. Right here. So if I do that, that is set to use the pressure type. And my inclination is that this isn't going to work because it's going to... Now this enum.value of thing, I think this is what might be happening. Um, I think that's really dumb. So these are... I wonder if it makes sense to also, the funny thing is the funny thing is that these distributions can't be like for like Arcane Essentials basically. They can't be listed in the book because I can't change the contents of the book dynamically because it's just a JSON file. And if I had like some optional kind of add-on thing where it like either adds like an empty string or it adds the entire section of like this distribution here, I would have no I would have no way of knowing. Right, because if there's another mod that comes along and adds another damage type or whatever, I can't do it. This is the best I could do. Unless I added an additional tag where I go over any type that's not this, and then have a generic bit of text. I could maybe do that. I'm not too sure. Force. Oh, I do need frost. Poison damage type dot radiant shock. No. If that is... Oh no. If it's in here. Right. And then I can go to here, I can go to here, and then I can... What can I do? Okay, what does this say? We do that, and then we go here. I have something like this, right? And then in here, Actually, yeah, okay. Hold on, I can do this better. I only need to have one call to this. It's gonna be sb dot to string. And then for each added type, I'm gonna do sb dot append. So we do that. And I need a translator here. So we create a translator here. This translator is going to translate the specific new dist thing. So we translate that, and we pass in this. And then we do sb.append. Oh, we don't want this to be a string builder, I just realized. We want this to be a list of strings. And we do that because we add this. We don't need to add these, because now we do ylib here dot join nice string to stream. Right, and so now the idea is I just add this all to a list, and then I split it, and I split it with these new line characters. Now, if it's empty, what happens if the stream is empty? Or else it returns an empty string. So if there's nothing there, it's an empty stream, so it probably returns an empty optional, which means we would get an empty string here. So this actually works. And then this will work. This will allow me to add and inject additional information into the book, replacing this. I'm just gonna do that. Just in case there's something else that uses others. I don't know, but there's no way something uses that, so that's pretty safe, I would say. So now if I have pressure, it should add pressure there. Though, of course, the main question is, does this thing complain about pressure not being a type that exists? I feel like that has to be what happens. It complains that pressure doesn't exist. In which case, that's just really dumb, but whatever. And that's specifically why I have to list the individual damage types here, because I don't know if or when that damage type is being added, which I think is dumb, but or it might not be late. It might, like, I'm gonna say late binding. That's not really what I'm thinking here. I'm thinking it might be injected and added, but it's not added like this, where the name would be capitalized. The name would be lowercase, which for the spell distribution is fine because at that point it's fine. But here, sorry, not here, in the Electroblob's integration, I need to change this. I don't know. I think it's dumb. I think genuinely the way that Arcade Essentials has done this is jank. Probably. All I need is for it to tell me that it doesn't exist, or that it can't find it, or anything like that. If it does find it, then that's a problem. That's. I'm not gonna like that. I am not gonna like that. Let me just check here. Yeah. Okay. Here it says that pressure doesn't exist. That's all I needed it to tell me. Whoops. No, don't credits. What are you doing? So, this is really dumb. So instead, what I need to do is I need to do for damage type T in damage type dot values. If T dot toString dot to lowercase dot equals name dot to, well, I guess I could do equals ignore case. I don't need to do to lowercase. Ignore case name. Okay, yeah, so we do that, and then we'll return optional dot of T. If they are equal, ignoring case. So now I don't need a try here because it's impossible. Okay, so try that, I guess. I don't know, does this even make sense? It hopefully should. Okay, this might have been ready for a while, I wasn't paying attention. I believe it. Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? I'm going here. Are you done yet? Oh, you are now. I really hope that this just works, because I'd like to move on to Thaumcraft. I'm kind of done with the whole whatever. Howdy do. Welcome. Welcome to. I hope to God this works. God damn it, it doesn't work. Why not? Oh my god, dude, this is something. This is something. But does it show up in the book? It probably does show up in the book because it's not connected to that. Let me just check to see if it shows up in the book. I wanted to be working on some Thaumcraft stuff, but no, I gotta fix this thing, which means I can't use damage type for this, which means Arcane Essentials, what are you doing? Arcane Essentials is such a freaking thing, dude. Alright, so let's go to... Oh. That's a problem. What happened to my thing? What happened to my thing? Did it... Hold on. Hold on, something broke. Something broke. What broke? And why did it break? Not load that, whatever. That's a bunch of other nonsense. Missing sound events. No one cares. That's not me. Uh, uh, yeah, whatever. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What is this? Mud, resin, flux, whatever. Here we go. Is that it? Failed to read properly. That's hilarious. Module info.class. No one cares about this. Actually, this is a good question. What if it doesn't exist? Okay, Arcane Essentials. Yeah, all right. So it does. Okay, it does. It does. It does. Kasplushla. Okay. Wait, but what about the individual elements? Fire, ice, lightning, earth, fire. No. You don't even add your types. Mind Trick, Light, Firebomb, Ice Shard. Which, that's sorcery. That's healing. You have different things. Sorcery, fire. Am I well? Uh, Splash as Earth? I thought Splash wasn't Splash. Cyclone Bolt. Listed under Earth. Are you well, good sir? Okay, maybe no. Maybe don't replace my Conjure Armor. Does this even do anything? So something is up here because this it doesn't even work. Hello? My Cyclone Bolt doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. I'm pretty sure Cyclone Bolt is its apprentice. I'm on an advanced one. So it should work. Uh-huh. I am of the suspicion that something is broken here. Dude, whatever. Bye. I don't know why this isn't working. But Scroll of Quake, Scroll of Ocean Burst, Scroll of Sploosh. Yeah, that's not working. Oh. Oh. Oh, I know why it's not working. Because mod is broken? Are you well? Holy shit, it's broken as hell. What the heck? Unregistered serializer? I can't even test if this works because the mod doesn't work. Oh my gosh. So this is add-on mod that adds new types, so like completely breaks my like adds new EB wizardry types. It completely breaks my EB wizardry integration because it just doesn't work with it. And I wanted to know why that was. And I still don't know why that was. All I know is that it doesn't work. And my thing isn't being added to the spellbook. Like, where's my section here? That should be here. What the heck? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna change this. We're gonna change this, whatever this is, wizardry spell distribution. It's just gonna take a string, alright? We're just gonna do string comparison here. Because, whatever. We just do that to compare these. And why are you unrelated to that? Okay, dot get type dot name dot equals ignore case. All right, we're just gonna do straight string comparison. Right? Bada boom, bada bing. Just straight string comparison. Don't care about any other stuff. Where is this used? Oh, it's used right there. Spell type this dot configured damage type name dot to lowercase. Make this a string. Because the ref that it uses here is it just does this anyway, so that's fine. In this case, this is just damage type name. And so all that matters is that it was configured here for the linked throwables. And then that's basically all I need to do, so I don't need this anymore. What's your problem? Oh, yeah, because I don't need that either. Okay, and then this isn't broken. And the question is, did this break somewhere along the way? I don't think it did. I want this to dynamically add new information to the book if I add a new wizardry type. And I don't know why it's not doing that. I mean, outside of the obvious fact that Arcane Essentials seems to be like just completely like broken right now, and I don't know why. But that's not really a me problem. It should have done this. I don't know why it didn't. I'm gonna assume that I love how this is bigger now. Why are you like this? Okay. Whatever. You you can go ahead and not be big now. Thank you. Okay. Missing sound events, whatever, that's just a bunch of Lycanite stuff. We found the wizard tree, we did that, we register all of this stuff. Wizardry configuration, finished loading. Find this, goes over here, scroll all the way down. These are some recipes. Spell Arcane Essentials has one redundant spell properties. I don't know why, that doesn't matter. I fail to understand why this is like this. Okay, it registers the pressure distribution now. And then this is a bunch of nonsense with tech guns, which we don't care about. Okay, so please load my book, dude. I'm gonna be upset if you don't do that. Why are you not loading my shit? You don't even, like, complain. You just don't do it. I wonder if that's... Yeah, I can't even, like, cyclone bolt. It's just not working. This is being really dumb. Cause that works. This just is not casting at all. Is there... I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. Alright, so that's not working for reasons beyond my comprehension, probably because there's something... yeah... Pretty sure it has... absolutely has something to do with the fact that this version of the mod is just, like, straight up borked. If I disable Arcane Essentials... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. If I fail to update project active state, what in the shit? Oh, probably because it was, I had the game open. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so if we have this, then does it work now? Because if it works when Arcane Essentials isn't installed and like everything works as intended, then the problem's not me. The problem's just Arcane Essentials just like doesn't work. And if everything else works as intended and works correctly and properly, right now, then everything's fine. I've technically fixed it. I just like can't straight up see it in action because this version of the mod is like borked. But again, I don't think it's a big deal. If it works, it works. If it works, I just say I 99% sure I fixed it. Unless I messed up something with this book add-on. Did I mess up something with the book add-on? If damage types, yeah. I doubt that makes a difference, but like whatever, I'm just gonna do that anyway. Yeah, that's fine. I don't need those. So now it should still like register the type, but it won't obviously like do anything because nothing will inflict that type. There we go. See, it's not me. It's Arcane Essentials. Pressure. No, what is this? Oh. I know what this is. God damn it. But it's not. Why is there like gaps, but then not gaps here? Because it just does this. That's the laugh of a mental decline. No, it's fine. Okay, so like that works. And if I hit you with one of these, or maybe I should hit you with something that's, you know. Yeah, it's doing radiant damage. It's counting. Spell damage type radiant. It's counting. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. So it's not my fault. It's not my fault. That's the takeaway. It's not my fault. We just need to add another \n. 2 lines so that there's a gap between this, that, and that, which is what it's supposed to be. And then we go to this, and how say you, right, because it's damage type stuff, blah blah blah, right? And how do you do this? Or sorry, not this. Wait, what is this? That's something, whatever. How say you do this? That's what I want to know. Because that might be different. Probably is. Integration U. Book transformer. Uh Create listing page. Requested section, blah, 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 diddy, blah. And I want enum book string. Translation rude. Oh, this doesn't even use the translator. This is just a translation route, which is distinct damage descriptions.tinkers.book. And that's how it's being done. That's how it's being done. And that's why this is this. Right? And that's why this is like this too, probably, because it also is probably... Actually, I don't know about that. Tick book translator. You. Who the fuck are you? Super. You do nothing, which is nothing. Distinct damage descriptions. And then we do .book, and then it works like that. That makes sense. Okay, so then just like, that's just for that's fine. No one cares. Just for this one, we're just gonna, you know what? We're just gonna do one of these. And then we're gonna do one of these. I'm gonna put that there. And there we go. Boom. Fixed. It doesn't matter. The rest of that is fine. It's good. And this works. But we just add a double line break. Because that's what it's supposed to be. And I don't need that either. And then it doesn't matter because everything works, and adding that type now works because it compares it based off strings. This does mean if you enter it wrong, that's not my problem anymore. So, you know. Okay, while that builds, I install Thaumcraft. And we figure out how this works. Okay, that worked. Go here, delete this thing, and put this over here. And then, I don't know, run this, test this, validate this, do this, become this. And then we look into this to figure out what it is we have to set up here. Because I don't even know what it is I need to set up here. Like, what kind of, like, damage and stuff is not working here? My favorite, not favorite part about mod integration is that I have to know how the mod works. It can't just be, I'll get these two things to work, and then I just do mod.enable compat, and then it just works. I need to know how the mod works. That's the Thaumcraft API. Do you think I give a shit about this? I care about the actual Thaumcraft. Do you have a readme on whatever this is? You don't even have a readme on this. What am I supposed to do with this? Pressure damage is a new type of damage. Its damage is broken down as 100% thunder. Boom. See, that works. That's exactly how I wanted that to work. And if I don't have that, it's just going to be an empty string. Okay, that works. Now Thaumcraft. I don't need to test any of this shit. Get that out of here. Okay, how the fuck do you work? Oh, lordy lord. Isn't there a thermometer or something? Yeah, there is. There's this thing. Yeah, okay. Um, why is the pickaxe not next to the shovel, not next to the hoe? What the heck? Is this even something I need to do, right? Like, I don't... Uh-huh, uh-huh. You know what? Do I need to pick this up? Yeah, okay. We're basically just gonna go through the whole thing. Make it nighttime. Give myself a bed. Sleep. I think the sleep has to be successful. Yup. I like how it's still nighttime. That's really funny. I took 3 of those strange crystals I'm finding and ground them with a handful of redstone in a bowl using a piece of flint. Okay, so because I don't know how this mod works. We're just gonna do everything it asks to get to the place I need to get to understand how this works. No, not leaves, you genius. Not the leaves. No, not the thermometer. God damn it. I probably need that. Maybe. I don't know. Wait, why am I doing this? Do it through here. Bull. 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 Flint. Do I just throw this shit in here? How do you grind this up in a bowl? Hello? Are you well? I have no idea. What did the stream say? And ground them with a handful of redstone in a bowl using a piece of flint. Oh, I need a handful of redstone. That would explain it. Is this just like some shapeless crafting thing where I just do like this? Yes. And then I threw it on a bookshelf. Okay, I have this. I need to figure out what this does. Do that. That's complete. Okay, yeah. And craft a thermometer. Yeah, don't I have that? I have this. Now this must be used. Observation fundamentals. Items that need to be crafted. You want me to craft it manually, you suck. Probably because it's like waiting for this. Wait. Do I need one of all of those in order to make this thing in here? I'm guessing that goes there. I'm guessing that goes there. 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 Yep, okay. Now do you say observation fundamentals? What do you want me to do? Do I just need to observe enough? Is that what needs to happen here? I don't know how this mod works. I really don't know how this mod works. Not even close. I should clearly mark those things I still need to examine. I placed a bookmark on something I whispered to the right. Yeah. Yeah. Manufacture composite workspace with ample supplies of writing material and paper. I should craft some scribing tools and place it upon a table. Okay, get a wood tool, get scribing tools, get a glass file. Is there a... Okay, cool. I have all the research now. Please stop this. Oh, empty crucible. Each craft operation consumable water is here to replenish it now and again. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, what do you want from me, though? I don't understand. Holy shit. Focus effect, rift. I managed to create a focus that manipulates different magic. What does this even have here? Are you gonna keep going for the rest of time, or okay? Yeah, that's fair. Uh-huh. Is there a wiki here? There is a wiki here. This wiki's empty. God damn it. Finally, that thing's done. Is there even... Okay, yeah, I have like zero clue. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. The problem is that the mod is not open source. Only the API is. Is the API enough? I don't know. There is a Thaumcraft based damage source. Taint, Tentacle, Swarm, Dissolve. Cause tentacle damage. I mean, that's just that, but I'm not actually sure if armors, those are baubles. Okay, connectable tile. That's like maybe there is or isn't a reason for this. I don't know. I just need to know what we're doing here. I'm not even sure. Certain research entries. That's just for research. That doesn't matter. All right, let me look at some stuff here. Um, No. Yeah, okay. Between a terror projectile and a frozen projectile, the damage sources are both thrown. Doesn't seem to be any other things to differentiate. Thaumcraft spells. Like custom projectile that does frozen damage. He'll do some reason. Okay. I like the embers we kill with Thaumcraft stuff. Yeah, force necrotic, and mods spell system is hardest to approach, except setting all thrown or indirect magic to arcane to everything. Thaumic spells are really unconfigurable. And Thaumic might be a tough task, although there might be something add-ons. I don't know. Set the number of spells, some spells so inaccessible because they're not using projectiles, but thrown or indirect magic damage instead. I've read relevant comments here and finding a solution. I'm gonna set all those spells to one damage type. How I can designate myself as the indirect source of damage and custom damage. Jason, yeah, that was in 2022. Okay, so there is these spell-related things. I don't know what they are. If I can just find, like, some... the real problem is that there's no... This whole thing is closed source, so I can't... I mean, again, outside of the API, I may be, like, decompiling it. I can't really tell exactly what's going on under the hood. And that might be the biggest deal breaker with Thaumcraft, is I don't know. Caster trigger registry? The class serves a similar function to I interact with caster, and it allows casters to interact with object in the world. In this case, it is most useful for adding interaction with non-mod blocks where you can't control what happens in their code. What the heck? This class will be called by casters with the proper parameters. What do you decide to do with them? I don't even understand what half this is. Node setting, trajectory. Set focus, get picked block. How do you even cast things? That's the thing. I don't even know how this mod works. Alright, let's do some research. Maybe we'll find like some thing. Advanced focus. That might be what I should acquire. That's some tech guns. This is blank though. Oops. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. Okay. Uh-huh. I still don't know what I'm looking at. Whatever this thing is. I can't even put this down. I think I have to put it on something. But again, I don't know how this mod works. Um, well, I need a workbench, right? Yeah? Okay. I don't know what I'm looking at. Really don't know what I'm looking at. Da 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 da. Okay, first thing, blah, blah, blah. A focal manipulator is a basic foci. Best way to make tier 1 focus is to throw in a cauldron in this order. Silver log, 4 grass blocks, and a couple of arcane pedestals and ordo crystal. Use focus in the focal manipulator along with a few levels and vis crystals to craft a spell. You can then use that spell with your caster's gauntlet. What the fuck is this, dude? Again, I have like no idea. Use a focus in the focal manipulator. Focal manipulator. Okay, I think I'm actually maybe I have no idea if I'm getting anywhere. No, not you. Oh wait, yes, you. But how do I insert you into the thing? Alternate reality, heal, frost, flux. Right, I need. Get me whatever crystals it is I need. Do I, am I will? Oh, I guess. I need Potentia, I need... Oh, I need that. Okay, I do need that. But how do I connect it all to my thing? How do you craft this thing? Oh my gosh. Along with a few levels. Maybe I don't have the levels? I guess maybe I need the levels. Okay, well, I have done a thing. Is it done? Is that all I needed? I don't think that was all I needed. I don't know how the system works. I have no idea how this works. I have no idea what I've done. Okay, in the middle area, then face shows current spell layout. Click on one of the pieces as you select it. No scrollable list on the left. Yeah. Clicking on one of the patterns. Oh, and you can change the spell there. Obtain the folk nobility. The area where visits drain can be increased. Storing the focus. If the it will be overwritten. Okay. Well, maybe I made something a little too complicated. Let's not do that. Because maybe that was a little much. I don't even know where my foci went. Hello, are you well? I don't know. Okay, well. Actually, maybe don't do that. And then I need crystals, right? I have no idea how this is working. And the levels is like 4. Well, actually, I don't know. Placing a workbench charger. Oh, place a workbench charger on this thing. Oh shit, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Whatever I'm doing, I probably am doing it wrong. I have a strong suspicion I'm doing this incorrectly. Oh my gosh, hello. Yeah. I have no idea if I've done anything correctly. I probably have not. God damn it. Hold the charge, change caster focus button, mouse over the focus you want to equip, and release the button. However, that would require me to know that that's the controls. Right, that's not supposed to do that. Okay, don't care about that. To equip a casting focus, hold the change caster focus button, mouse over the focus you want to equip, and release the button. Uh-huh. How do you charge this thing? Charging vis from the trunk containing the folk manipulator, the area where the vis is drained. Once the required vis is gathered, the created spell will be stored in the focus. If the focus contains a spell, blah 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 blah. How do I? Huh? I still have no idea what this is. And all I know is that I'm not doing this right. I'm not doing this right. Uh-huh, uh-huh. This is such a complex mod that I need to get a crash course in. Oh my gosh. That's Viz. Okay, there's this. Alright, 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 alright. Okay, maybe try a recharge pedestal. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay. in the focal manipulator interface is shown as eye icon. The empty node below it is marked with both a target and a trajectory icon. Mediums like touch require trajectories to determine what they affect. The root node provides a trajectory that matches where the caster is looking, so by linking touch to it, I will be able to touch anything I'm looking at. Cool. Mediums almost always provide a target, in this case, whatever has been touched. And some can also provide a trajectory. In this case, though, I require a target, so I'll be able to link the fire effect. By linking root, touch, and fire in this way, I'll be able to create a focus that applies the fire effect to whatever I touch. I could, in theory, link fire directly to root, but since root provides the caster as a target, that means I will simply set myself on fire. That's hilarious. I can fine-tune exactly what the fire effect does by tweaking its damage and burn duration in the bottom right of the interface. Many patterns will allow me to fine-tune them in this way. Creating a focus requires 3 types of resources. The first is the crystals used in the crafting process. The second is viz from the aura. And lastly, it also requires some player experience. Every time a focus is used, it will also consume a small amount of viz from the aura. What is the aura, dude? The effects I can create now are fairly simple and limited. The limited amount of patterns I can attach to focus is measured as focus complexity. Each pattern has a complexity cost. The complexity of focus directly determines how much viz it will cost to cast and how long the caster gauntlet needs to cool down between casts. Aura is background magic. Right, yeah, aura is background magic. Alright, yeah, sure. Viz and flux is like background magic and it's stored in like a chunk basis. I get that much. Yeah. But I don't need to recharge anything. I just... This framework allows those work tape benches to draw viz not only from the chunk they are located in, but surrounding 8 chunks as well. In theory, this increases the viz available for crafting 9-fold. When viz is drawn in from the ore, will be roughly split between all 9 of these chunks, which should prevent depletion of a single chunk. Okay. That's so that you can poison the ore and make flux, I think. Yeah, I think that's how that works. Right, yeah, okay, cool. Cool stuff. Yeah, I get you. Making a lesser focus of infusing with malleability, quicksilver, arcane infusion. Yeah, I need this stuff. How can I just, like, crash course this and make a simple spell? How can I do that? This is the effects. Okay, you know what? Do it again. Because this does not obviously do anything. But this button doesn't do anything. I have fuel in there now. Well, I had fuel in there. I don't know what happened to said fuel. But I had something in there for a second. I don't know what I'm doing. It's not like it needs to be recharged. How does one even do this shit? You put a focus in here, right? Okay, whatever. That would just blast myself, which obviously we don't want to do. Okay, get me crystals. See, but that's a lot. How do I know how much I have in this chunk? Can I figure that out somehow? Oh, there's 207.7. There's enough. There's enough. It's fine. It's fine. We have enough. Just do it. I need this. And I need some levels, which requires me to be here. Right, and so now it will do whatever it needs to do, right? Like It has taken my crystals. I really should rename this thing when I do this. See, but then it's still stuck there. Let's rename this. Let's do the same thing here. Forget that thing. It's fine. Spelled by error. Sure. What do you tell me about this? Yeah, that you tell me that there's enough. That's what you tell me. Okay, now like do it. Make the thing. How do I go from here? How do I get the spell out? It says the viz cost is 0, but it has not made the thing. Is something not correct here? You would think that this would just work, but holy shit, it actually worked. It just took 9,000 fucking years. Now how do I cast this thing? Okay. But this is target type non-friendly. I think I think I don't have this working. Oh shit, I do. Bye, bitch. Okay, I needed that to slow the fuck down for a second. It's doing... Why is it doing necrotic and bludgeoning? Direct attacker, but then I'm the attacker. The source is thrown. What is this? This makes no sense. So, he's the attacker. Who's the defender? He is also the defender. What? Source thrown? The spellbat makes the mob attack itself? What? Why? Why? It sets a direct attacker to itself, but I'm the attacker. I'm the indirect attacker. They're the defender. The source is thrown. And that's like all I know. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. That makes... Okay, so this thing to get a caster. I don't know what implements the caster interface, but like there's a caster interface, which I presume is for like I would be the caster. Or something like that. And there's just this damage source. So that's for that, but for the indirect damage source, it doesn't even like that damage source is completely useless. And object tags, warp map, seed list. Yeah, no, that's not helpful either. Nose research, a whole bunch of research, blah blah blah. Okay. Miscellaneous. Focus 1, focus 2, focus 3. Register research location, smoke bonus, whatever. Blueprint. Add arcane crafting recipe, crucible recipe. Exists, register object tag. Add loot bag item. Okay. Whole native clusters. Okay, so I have zero clue what I can do here. Because the mod itself is closed source. Which means I can't look at the source code to try and figure out what I can do. I can try to decompile it, which, okay, yeah, that can maybe get me somewhere, but it still doesn't. It might not really get me super far. I don't know how far it would get. So that's a thing. And the damage source is just thrown. Like, it's so random. Like, I'm fine with it not being its own damage source or whatever, but the point is that I can't, it's having the mob attack itself. Which means it's going to be using, it's going to be using this mob's damage distribution for it. For the Spellbat, anyway, which makes no sense. Why does the Spellbat not... Like, the Spellbat is taking damage. Why is the Spellbat taking damage? If I have him way over here... Why are you in here? Defender Spellbat. That's when it went in there. It took some damage from that. Right. Yeah, because that makes sense. Sure. Sure, buddy, sure. I don't really know what I'm doing here and how I'm going to get this to work, if I even can. Which is annoying because I don't... I'm not super well versed on exactly what I can do with this. Because I can't even look at the Spellbat entity class, because obviously that's a thing that would exist. Can I even summon? Can I even summon a Spellbat? No, summon, dude, summon. Don't summon a Spellbat. That's what I have learned. Summoning a Spellbat crashes the game. Why? What the heck? Why did it crash? It divided by 0. It divided by 0. Holy crap, dude. That's insane. It straight up divided by 0. You'd think that's something that dude would fix. That would not be a thing. But apparently not. How do I even go about integrating with Thaumcraft if I... can't even, like, figure any of this out. I don't know, it makes no sense. I want to add support for Thaumcraft, but I can't add support for Thaumcraft if this, like, isn't working. Unlike with EB Wizardry, I don't think there's any sort of Discord or community that I can talk to, basically. That was a long time ago. Well, yeah, there might have been some kind of community somewhere a long time ago, but now, like, Thaumcraft is basically abandoned, right? And that's fine. I don't mind integrating with an abandoned mod if I can do it. I don't know if I can. The mod is closed source, which means it's not really easy to read. Again, I could try decompiling it, but I'd have to figure out how to do that with Eclipse, because I don't know. I don't know if this version of Eclipse, like, has a decompiler, because it's definitely not decompiling stuff for me when it'd be nice if it did. So it's not decompiling that, which means even if I introduce Thaumcraft as an optional dependency here, I wouldn't be able to read the source code, which means I won't be able to figure out what's doing what. Interesting. Um, where's the marketplace? Where is the marketplace? Open the marketplace. Find the marketplace. Where's the marketplace? Hello, marketplace. What what is this? I viewing 130, so I did, we'll turn it 2. Yeah, no worries. I'm not sure if I'm still gonna be here. We'll see. It really depends. Okay, search decompiler. Enhanced decompiler. Is this one I just was looking at? Yeah, okay. Install. Install this. Because I think you can fix this. I just don't know how to code well enough for how. Yeah, I have no idea either. Cannot complete the install because some dependencies are not satisfiable. Okay, do I need these? Software being installed. Cannot satisfy dependency. Well, then get the dependency. Fernflower extension optional. Cannot satisfy dependency. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's the same thing. Confirm. And you're gonna say the same thing. Dependencies are not satisfiable. Why? Well, this is lovely. Enter preferences, general editors, file associations to class decompiler viewer as default. Okay. Preferences. General editors, file associations, class without source. Cool. Cool. I froze my entire thing. Nice. Okay. Awesome. What am I even looking at? All right, we're gonna look for a different class decompiler. In the Eclipse preference section? Where? What the heck? In the Eclipse preference section. Oh, so it's like for Eclipse. Yeah, okay. Below.class, in file association, you'll find another class without source. Set your decompiler as default in that. Yeah, but like, I do not have a decompiler. Editors. That's for compare. Which version of Eclipse is this? I swore this was a 2020 version of Eclipse. What do you mean it doesn't have a decompiler? Once you click on help install new software, drag and drop the zip. Check this, click next, finish. Because it's not signed, click install anyway. Okay, whatever. Install new software. Drag and drop the zip file on dialog window. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna try this. Once I find it. Yes. Do this. Yes. I accept the terms of the agreement. Yeah, install anyway. This is currently installing it. Restart Eclipse IDE to apply the software up. Gosh darn it. I need to restart. Alright, hold up. Let me just fix this. Okay, so now if I references, editors, file associations, you are default, and then I need to add the JD class file viewer, and you're the default. I was open to that. And now if I open it in not you, you are now decompiled. Okay. This is very good. This is very good. Very, very good. This is actually decompiled, like, pretty nicely. But I believe that had some kind of decompilation thing going. So, now, what we do is we cry. We go here, we add implementation fg.dob. I forgot the G. Curse.maven. Now we need to get all of this. It's probably just Thaumcraft. Thaumcraft dash. What's the thing? The project ID. This is probably the project ID. And then you it's this. Right? I don't know. Something like that. And I gotta wait for this to get my Gradle tasks. And we do this, and then I don't even know what we do after that. I don't even know if there's anything we can do after that. We'll see if the decompiler works with the Thaumcraft, and if we can actually look at the source. Because if we can do that, maybe, just maybe we can get somewhere. I'm not the most confident in this, but we'll see. If I build, it should just, build. There we go. Now it should fetch the Thaumcraft stuff, should put it in our external dependencies, and then we can go from there. What is wrong? The process has files open or its working directory is in the target directory. What? Did you get my Thaumcraft? You did. All right. Whatever. Does it even matter? Probably not. Okay, we have this. I still do not know. Okay, so there's an entities here. Where's the spell bat? Common entities monsters. Thaumcraft common entities monster entity spell bat. 252. This is entity Firebat. There's no entity Spellbat? What? Well, if there's no entity Spellbat, then how am I supposed to do this? Okay, let's have it build again. Compilation failed. Let's try that again. I don't think that's gonna work. But it does exist. It certainly exists. Maybe I should do clean build. Let's just try that. Okay, it worked. It built correctly. It just I don't know. I probably would just need to like restart or something. Okay, but again, the big problem is that this doesn't have. This does not have the spell bat. Because a fire bat just does that. There's no spell bat entity here. What do you want me to do? Huh. Unless I don't have everything. Okay, but that's Baubles, which I have, but I don't think Baubles has spell bats in it. No, it wouldn't, because it's not. If I could find any reference to a spell bat, that would be very helpful. There's a fire bat, and no spell bat. I'm gonna lose my mind. There's not even a caster's package here. Is there something else here? I see. I have the wrong thing. Why, Eclipse? Why? Why you do this to me? You know what? Maybe if I just run this, it'll refresh this correctly. I think so. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That seems to be correct. Okay, and the build actually works here now. Okay, so there's something messed up there, but it's fine. Now I should be able to entities monster. Here's the spell bat. Now, where you complain here for spellbet 252, this dot affects dot length. Right, but there's no. Okay, that's. I see. I see. Find target to attack. Set attack target. Get attack target. Is entity alive? Get attack target. Distance entity alive. Attack entity. Entity spellbot. Attack entity. Yeah. Okay. Where are you? Okay, so every time it damages something, it loses some health. New trajectory. Run focus package. Run focus package. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, so this is on update. So focus package. What is a focus package? Serialize, yeah. Okay, so this is basically just storing more or less the spell that it has, I believe. And then, where do you actually, like, damage it? Because the way you do it is 100% just strange. Can I see a call hierarchy from this? Focus, medium, spell bat. Okay, this. No, not call. Don't call constructor. Well, I mean, eh. I don't want. I want call hierarchies of. Not that. Can I see it from Thaumcraft? Yeah, I can. Okay, so we could see it. So where's the spellbat thing called from, then? Figure this out. Effect entity. Attack entity as mob. Entities AI as combat. AI critter. Entity critter AI attack melee. This seems like something. Damage source will cause mob damage, but it should cause mob damage. What do you mean you're not causing mob damage, dude? I don't know what to do here. There was something. Oh wait, yeah, the focus medium spellbat thing. Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. Target dot entity hit dot attack entity from damage source, cause thrown damage, source. This right here. This right here. This right here is what makes no sense. So it gets the target entity, and then it hits them from a thrown damage source with them as the source. Why? if the entity hit is not null. Otherwise, the attacker is the caster, and then the other attacker is the caster, and then I don't know what I can do here, because genuinely, I would have to know. I would have to know, like, I have this entity hit. If they're not null, then they are causing their own damage, which makes, like, no sense. I don't think there's any events that I can use here. Ah, nice. That trajectory has nothing. Because you have this focus package, influence ifocus element, and ifocus element has key, get research, get type, affect medium mod package. Yeah, that's not really helpful. So it would be thrown. The mob would have to be attacking themselves, but I would also now need to know what the thing is. Events. So this is for an item. So the eye caster is an item that gets the focus. Huh. But there's also just like touch-based things, right? If I do like a touch-based spell, then there's like no projectile associated with it. Welcome back. I found look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. The target that gets hit causes its own damage. Why? It makes no sense. I mean, even if it didn't, it doesn't really help the fact that I do not know. Like okay, the spell bat, like whatever. That's the spell bat, like whatever. I got all this decompilation stuff working. But I still don't know how to figure out like what the damage is. Like if I could figure out what causes, like it doesn't matter if it's thrown damage or whatever, I don't really care. All I need to do is know what aspects the spell has, and I guess average it based off of all the aspects that it has, right? So like if you have like some air aspects or if you have like some fire aspects or whatever, you can just like combine those to get the total damage, which means you can actually have a very dynamic damage system depending on like the aspects you put into the spell for damage. Cool. Neat. Problem. How do I figure that out? When something is hit, how do I figure that out? Right? Because it just has to be a focus effect. Because these are the mediums for it. And that's just how it like splits up or whatever. Because like this is for touch. Message to everyone within range of certain point. New packet effects focus effect. Get package, trajectory source, blah 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 blah. What the heck? Looks for the MX, MY, MZ, which I guess is probably like your deltas, and then the string parts. Target point. And then the effects. So, okay, and then the focus medium spellbat, it creates a spellbat. Whatever. It summons a spellbat with this focus package. But when it hits something, does it send a package? No, it doesn't, right? So this doesn't even damage things the exact same kind of way that the other thing does. Run focus package, trajectory, race, result, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, this doesn't even do this. Focus engine, run focus package. Set execution index. Focus medium. Focus mod. Focus effect. Focus node. And then it executes the focus effect when it hits. Right, so and then if we go to like air, its execute sends a packet. Extends object. Very useful. Very useful. Where is this packaged in? Lib network. Event handler network, packet handler. Right, so this is packet biome change, blah, 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 knowledge gain, whatever, that's fine. Orta client. Yeah. Event handler network. No, this stuff. You process the message, and processing the message. Fuck, what am I even reading, dude? It runs something that processes the message, and by processing the message, it renders particle effects. That's for rendering particle effects. Right, that's for rendering particle effects. No one cares about that. Focus medium touch. Aren't you supposed to... Wait, have I understood how this works? So it recursively runs itself for each of the foci in your spell until it lands on a focus effect, at which point, if it can, after doing all this other nonsense, determine that you've hit something, then it executes that effect on the target. Okay, that makes sense. Cast focus package. I need to like track that focus package. There's like no events that get fired when something happens. There's like nothing. Fall damage, whatever, living tick. Yeah, whatever. Pick up item. Yeah, whatever. No one cares about that. Handle runic armor, whatever. Runic charge. Whatever. No one cares about that. And a warp dropped item. Finish using item. Does this have anything relating to an eye caster item? It does not look like it. Attach capabilities, player join, clone capabilities, pick up XP on death. Yeah, okay. Client world tick. This is tick block swap. Tick block break, add swapper, add breaker. I like how that's not syntax highlighted. Lovely. This is not useful. It makes you feel better. Thaumcraft to be infamously complex. I mean, okay, yeah, I know it's pretty complex, but it just like there's focus change to server. Focus change to server? Caster manager. What are you? Change focus. Right, yeah. iCaster, get that. Bobbled, yeah, whatever. Why does changing your focus have to be such a massively complex thing? What the heck? What do you mean? What is this? Focus element node. Pack focus. Blah, blah, blah. What is this? Why do you have a data? What's the point of this data? If you like never use it. From bytes, you put that, you like write it, okay, yeah, whatever. But then you clear it and then you set the data to that for focal manipulator. Oh, is this for the workbench thing when you're like setting what the foci are for the thing? Because this is a block. Christ, dude. Yeah, because it's a tile entity. So this isn't even what I want. Wow. Even if I were to keep track of what focus they have, that still doesn't even work. Damageable is full 3D, get aura pool. I don't know why it looks like this, but it does. Consume viz. These are the overrides. I mean, there's that, but old stack, blah 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 blah. Item caster, old stack item. What is this for? See, old focus, a new focus. Full 3D, get Aura Pool. I feel like there has to be a better way that this works, but, you know, like, there's gotta be a better way to implement this, but, like, oh my gosh, this is needlessly pointless for, like, no reason. I think. I don't even know. Get item, get variant names. Wow, that's then how do you, like, actually cast the spell? Get sorting helper, set package, get package, get package. I could. I can get the focus package. Because I can get the casting item, and then I can use this to get the focus package from the focus, which I can get off of the iCaster interface. That can be the focus package. That can tell me what the current spell does, like, damage-wise. I can look at the because this is just going to have a list of nodes, right? So I can iterate over those nodes to determine all of that. However, can I get this when something is taking damage? Because if I can get it when something's taking damage, I can figure out what the damage distribution is. But I don't know if that's really helpful. I can figure out what it is, and I can have some system to determine the damage distribution. I can figure out, I can figure that out, but I cannot figure out, like, given any sort of medium that is used to damage, I can't figure out what the focus package is in that context. Where's the focus engine? Where's the focus engine? Where I had this somewhere. Focus engine. There we are. I don't know what package you're in. Oh, you're in the API. Right, okay. Elements, element icons, register element, whatever, get element, whatever, get element color. Does package contain element? That's fine. Cast focus package. Run focus package. And then this is where it like processes it, and it's synchronized too, so like this is interesting. And then it just executes the effect. Okay, where do you determine this? Let's just target. Ray trace result target, previous target. Where is this? Targets. Run focus package. So when you run the focus package, you have nothing. And then this is going to get set. If it's a medium, if the previous trajectories is not null, do that. When do the previous targets get set? Oh, yeah, supply targets. Okay. Focus node. Supply targets. Focus node? Focus node? Focus node? Your focus effect. Your focus node. So this is the this is the top of the hierarchy. And then for something like, so how weird is this from a coding angle? Genuinely, the hierarchical system for like the different nodes for the spells, I think is pretty well done. Every single focus node is like they're one type. They're just all very specific extensions or specific implementations of a focus element and a focus node. And I think that does very well. I think the part that sucks, I think where they dropped the ball is right here. This line right here. That's where they dropped the ball. Genuinely, I think this damage source should have been a custom damage source that had a reference to the focus package. Or maybe not even to the focus package, but like just like something. I don't know. The problem with this is that this is the line where the mob that you are hitting causes thrown damage to itself with you as the indirect attacker. I think that's where they dropped the ball. This should never be a thing. It should cause thrown damage, and the indirect source should be the caster, and the direct source should be like nothing. Or in the case of it being a spellbat, the direct source should be the spellbat, and it shouldn't be thrown damage. This makes like no sense. Right, like some additional work was needed here so that the direct target could be the spellbat, and then if the medium was a spellbat, if the medium wasn't a spellbat, then the direct source should be whatever projectile is used. If there was no direct source, or if there was no projectile because it was like touch based, then it should just be null. It should never be this. The direct source of damage in this should never be the mob you're damaging. unless the mob is damaging itself. But if the mob is damaging itself, then that's the caster damaging themselves, and that's, you know, that's different, right? But everything else seems like pretty good. It's just I need to figure out if it's even possible to like distinguish these different focus packages. Right, because it supplies targets, it supplies trajectories. And this is void, because it's just void. So weirdly, it's a similar problem where a root can damage itself like that from a spell. I mean, you can create spells in Thaumcraft that damage yourself. Like, you can do that. And that's fine. But when you casting a spell that's not damaging yourself, but it's damaging a mob, the mob is, as far as Minecraft is concerned, the mob is causing the damage to itself, which is really just not intuitive and dumb, and I don't know why that's the case. Maybe there's a reason for it. I highly doubt it. This is a UUID, right? Yeah, it's okay. And that's an array list of strings. What? Okay. Um, so this needs... run focus package. When does the spell bat? Oh, it's in execute with trajectory. Because what kind of thing is it? It's a focus medium. Okay, so if it's a focus medium, then if the previous trajectories is not null, then for each trajectory it does that. So we assume that it has trajectories or whatever, and then the spellbat medium summons a spellbat at the trajectory. Right, okay, that's fair, that's whatever. If the node is instance of a focus node, it's gonna supply trajectories, it's gonna supply targets. Does this supply trajectories? No, it's a focus medium. Supply trajectories. We'll supply target. Our multiplier creates settings. Focus engine. Supply trajectories, supply targets. Oh, are these... Yeah, they return null. Okay, so only if it specifically overwrites it does it actually provide a trajectory and stuff. Now, for something like touch, this is a medium. This should provide a trajectory, right? Supply trajectories. Yeah, it supplies a trajectory. And it supplies targets. The spellbat doesn't, but This is keeping track of like the trajectory of like what you're targeting. And this is in the API, right? Yeah, this is in the API. Fuck, dude. Focus effect, get focus effects. Uncast does nothing. But for air, is there an uncast for this? No. Oh wait, there is. It just plays, it just does stuff, whatever. Um, this is the copy of the focus package where it sets its unique ID. Okay, but there is an ID. I could maybe try and remember each focus package by its ID. I just need to figure out how to get a focus package from like when something is hit, which I can't because all I have is this. Is this really jank damage source? But what if this gets the caster? Get caster UUID. So it could still be null, but it does try and get the caster. That's really interesting. Can I go from the caster to the focus package? Total viz discount, consume viz from inventory, change focus. Oh wait, go to the API casters. Caster trigger registry. One block trigger register caster block trigger. Perform trigger. Fascinating. Maybe. Caster trigger manager. Give me this. Perform trigger. Very good. Good interface. Register wand block trigger. Register caster block trigger. Is there anything for this that can tell me, like, literally anything? This class serves a similar function to I interact with caster in that it allows casters to interact with objects in the world. In this case, it is most useful for adding interaction with non-mod blocks we can't control what happens in their code. Yeah, sure, but that doesn't, like, tell me shit. Registers an action to perform when a caster right-clicks on a specific block. A logical number that can use to differentiate between different events or actions. That's what the event is. That's a block trigger. Or sorry, that's a wand block trigger. This is called by the on item use first function in casters. Perform trigger. Okay, but that. What about I interact with caster? Add this to a tile entity that you wish casters to interact with in some way. Right. You suck. So this registers a trigger. A manager class needs to be created that implements iCaster trigger manager. Block state. But see, that's the thing, is that I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. I'll see. I don't know if there's much I can do here. We'll we'll continue to look at this. Maybe not tomorrow. I have no idea. This is the base thing. Yeah. I have zero clue if this is even possible. But I'm gonna save it for another time because I am completely fried. I don't even know if this is possible. I really don't know. I have an idea of what the thing, what the integration is going to be. It's just going to take a look at the individual of nodes to determine the damage distribution of the spell. It's just I need to now be able to assign that damage distribution to something. Or when something has taken damage, I need to be able to get the I need to be able to get the focus, like the spell, the focus package that basically caused that damage. If I can get the focus package that causes the damage when something is taking damage, then I'm good, more or less. But I don't know if that's possible. So we will see. We will see.